Whoa. We're here. Alright. Let me do some bookkeeping while people show up. As always, let's update the Stream Decker before I forget. Stream Decker. There we go. There we go. So Stream Decker and the exclamation point deck command should both be up to date with this list that I have right here. That is not very different from the list we've been playing lately. So. In the meantime, I'm actually going to buy... You know what? Let's go to GoBots. Let's get a fancy Yorion. It's, oh wow, they truly are no money. That's really funny. Okay. Let's get that. Let's get a new Yorion. I've ordered it. It's on the way. And we'll throw it in the deck. Super. Yeah, we're gonna have one of every non-foil Yorion they have on Magic Online, I think. There we go. Sure. Alright, sick. Yep, that is one of every non-foil Yorion. So we'll play this one tonight. Have some fun. Here temporarily to ask about second Lauren. I think like this one card can be a lot of different things. The main three things that I think there's like four pretty good options. It's second Lauren, second Sash, main deck Containment Priest, or Trailblazer's Torch. There's a lot of 8 cast online right now, in particular, that I like having Lauren for. I also just felt like in general, even against like the control decks, having Lauren as a good answer for Staff of the Storyteller that doesn't make you use your Skyclaves that you kind of want to keep for Planeswalkers when you can. It's just been better than usual, and yeah, I've been pretty happy to draw it. But I think this one slot could move in a bunch of different ways. see. Let's pay our entry fee. And what time is it? Yeah, let's just hop into it. Let's just start. Hope everyone is having a good evening, or evening for me, whatever time it might be for you. Hello? There we go. I would like to play first. I don't know what Kenta really plays. This will be interesting. Oh, I revealed my companion, then Moto almost crashed, so that was fun. This hand's good against a lot of things, so happy to keep that. Oh, excuse me. Goodness. Okay. All right, very exciting start. Very exciting start to the evening. A very exciting start to the evening. Come on. I mean, maybe it'll be a buy. Maybe we'll just hit the activity limit. I have no idea. Oh, it looks okay. They were not doing anything, and then immediately mulled to 6 and like resolved the mulligan really fast. So I think they just weren't there. Oh, I literally just restarted my computer, so I don't want Magic Online to already be going slow. That's a little concerning. Okay, seems like we're okay. Scalding Tarn. Okay. I think with Scalding Tarn likely being, or potentially being a Daze deck, I'm actually considering just like playing planes and passing. It might not be worth it, but like, it seems like the punish here isn't super bad when we don't have a lot of else we're doing with our mana anyway. If it's show and tell, then like this Stoneforge being in play a turn earlier doesn't matter that much. Maybe it does. It'll basically take a turn off the clock, realistically. Let me think. I'll just gonna play it. I think I do also have to consider how, like, my opponent has already, since my opponent has already not done something on turn 1, forcing them to daze is basically going to be a time walk probably. So I should also consider I should be considering the upside of that as well. All right, well, it is a blue deck. But we mostly already knew that. Okay, it resolves. I'm just going to get a Cauldron then to force them to remove it. Flooded Strand means probably a control deck of some sort. Are they getting a basic plains here? They are getting basic plains, so blue 8 of some sort, prismatic ending on the Stoneforge. Totally fine. Interesting. I think this turn we want a Yorion, and then next turn we'll start porting. Oh. Oh boy. Well, we can't apply any pressure, unfortunately, but I'm happy to just keep tapping this island in that case. Another brainstorm, maybe? Nope. Tundra, okay. Sometimes making land drops is pressure, that's true. Alright, there's a Tundra. It'd be cool if we find a Wasteland, but also not that worried about it if we don't. I'd really like to draw something like a Recruiter here would be nice. Recruiter, Stoneforge would be the best, but I'm probably happy with anything that isn't removal. I could just put a Wisp into play and let it get swords. I think that the chance of them not having a swords is like basically 0. But I wonder if that's... I feel like our hand is so awkward that I think we probably do just have to put it into play. I'll untap Caracas, I guess. If they have swords, obviously it's going to just get removed at the end step, and that's fine. I don't love making this play, but I think we're just not really, we don't really have any other way to apply pressure. And I think for that reason we have to be like a little bit aggressive. Like that Wisp would be better long term if we could use it on a Recruiter or something like that, but it's okay. A lot of cards being drawn. It's gonna be Staff. No, it's another Ponder. Just drawing all the cards. Yeah, that's kind of that was kind of where I was leaning to as well. It's just making them use something. In that respect, there's like potentially an argument for just casting Yorion here, a thing that I also really, really don't like doing. But notably, it has to be answered by a Force of Will, because we have this Caracas. And a force that they use on the Yorion is a force they might not have for the Cauldra, and the Cauldra is just going to always be a huge threat. Um, yeah, it turns off port for a turn, but I don't think that's a huge problem. Yeah, I think in a sense I just have to. Our hand does not look very good. Okay, Yorion's alive. I like that. And if they're thinking of swordsing Yorion just to bounce it, I'm very happy with that. This looks like if they're just going to cast like a Jace and bounce the Yorion, but that doesn't seem super likely. Another Brainstorm, so they've pondered 3 times, brainstormed 3 times. Okay. Okay, Teferi is another way to bounce it. That's annoying. At least I can... Oh, that's interesting. So do I want to let them... So if I try to bounce this, then they have the opportunity to swords the Yorion, but they also won't draw a card off of the Teferi. And I'm trying to figure out whether that's worth it or if I just want to keep the Yorion in my hand. Interesting. I think I'm inclined to make them use a swords here, especially because I can like untap and just cast Cauldra here. Yeah. If they have it, then they have it. I suspect they will. Oh, they don't. Okay, even better. Thalia is an interesting card to draw here. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy to cast Thalia. Can't be swords this turn. Can attack through most things to kill the Teferi next turn. One thing I do want to be mindful here is potentially getting back to basics, so that's why I'm always tapping planes when I have the opportunity. Narset, sure. This is fine because they can't cast any spells, so I'm at least going to be able to kill the Teferi. The only thing they can cast is Force, basically. So. Supreme Verdict's a very good card to know about, so I'll take it. what do we got here? Spirit of Labyrinth. Cool. I will start by killing the Teferi. Annoyingly, this Spirit doesn't look great when they've already cast 6 of the 8 cantrips in their deck. But we'll see what other drawing cards things they can do. Yeah, it does stop undoing. It doesn't. I'm guessing that they are not an undoing deck, but obviously I don't know for sure. But I currently get the vibe that they're not. This board may or may not push them to cast the Supreme Verdict that's in their hands. If it does, it's only going to kill the Spirit, which is nice. Man, they're not playing quick. That's one nice thing is that like they're like I assume they're gonna have to put a creature into play at some point, and that means they're gonna have a hard time winning the game quickly through all of these removal spells. Right now, at least in terms of the clock win con, I'm feeling pretty good. Oh, my opponent DC'd. So that explains it. Never mind. Yeah, how's everyone doing tonight? Hope you're having a good time. I work from home. Have ever since COVID started, but I actually went into the office for the first time in forever today for a team building thing. It was very weird being in an office space that I had not been in for over 3 years. Oh, opponent is back. Opponent is maybe back? They DC'd again. Okay. Alright, okay, they're back again. Can we do it? Can we play Magic the Gathering? Signs are not looking good to playing Magic the Gathering. Come on. There we go. Okay. We will not be getting the Supreme Verdict out of their hands. That's the second plow. Yeah, second plow. It's another. It's a Days Undoing. Okay. So they are an Undoing deck, and that's very annoying. Nothing to do here but untap, really. Stoneforge is a really good one to draw, especially because they can't counter it. Gonna be an easy. Is this an easy Cauldron? It probably is. Yeah, it's gotta be. Yeah, we'll just pass. Now, importantly, they still have to win the game. And again, I did draw another Swords to Plowshares, so like if they have to win through a Hull Breacher or whatever, like they still got to get there. Alright, Supreme Verdict, sure. Bounce Mythalia. They force pitch another Supreme Verdict. That's not in their hand anymore because they time twisted. Good to know they have 2 verdicts in their deck, though. Also, I get to bait out a force with the Thalia and then land this Vial, which makes all of their forces not matter anymore. So yeah, I'm not feeling too bad. Again, like they've got to actually win the game, and currently they are in no position to do so. Basically, yeah, please cast Brainstorm. That's totally fine. Sure. Depending on the Vial. Still no clock in play. Perfect. Cool. I'll play Spirit. Now I'm just gonna apply some pretty good clock pressure here. I'm just gonna F6 basically all the time because there is very little punish for doing so on a board state like this. Is this gonna be? It's a Wandering Emperor. Okay. Sure. I will take 2. That probably means they're going to make another 1/1 here. Yeah, that makes sense. No, I don't think there's a reason to cast a removal spell on either of those. Now there's a reason to. Now we can just use one on both. Now we can kill the Wandering Emperor. If they have a removal spell here, sure, they got it. Dress down. So they have to draw into removal here. Got it. You got it? You don't. Wandering Emperor's dead. Cool. Yeah, I think we're basically in the point where there's no way that they're gonna win with this deck. They cannot win this 2 games in 9 minutes. Um, land for Cauldra? Sure, Mom's fine. Mm-hmm. Teferi can draw them another card, but that's fine. Land for Cauldra? A port would be cool. Nice. The perfect land for Cauldra. Alright, do you have a Force of Will? You don't. Cool. Alright, we're just gonna start... Okay, they have a Swords, sure. Never mind. Nothing from them. They don't even tick up the Teferi on it, so that's kind of funny. Well, I'll cast Solitude at sorcery speed because that is what Teferi requires me to do. How many swords is that? Okay, they just concede. Cool. So I like to just bring into Council's Judgments here. Jite is quite bad. I have a lot of cards here that aren't... Okay, cool. They scoop the match, and that makes sense. It's a waste of time. Yeah, I think that was a very good example of why we're good against blue-white. Even that hand I had for most of the game wasn't even good. It just had removal spells that weren't doing anything. But it doesn't matter when their ability to close the game is so poor that you're usually winning. The longer the game goes, the more draw steps you take. They literally one-sided time twisted us, and we were still never close to losing. Oh, we got 61 cards here. Oh boy. What does that mean? There we go. A 1-lander with Vile, huh? There's a lot of 2-drops here, but no. This hand kind of doesn't do anything. If we're keeping this, it's purely off of the power of Wastelands, basically. And the fact that going to 5 is kind of miserable. I wish this Banner Skull was just any other. I think literally any other card, and I would be happier with this. I think this is just it's not good. But yeah, I guess if the Wasteland isn't incredibly good, then it does nothing. Okay, here we go. This hand is much better. Plains. I think we're just going plains here. Yeah. Misty Rainforest, huh? Another port. All right. Yeah, I do think that 7 is um, there is reason to keep it specifically on the draw. On the play, absolutely not. But yeah, I think I was just not feeling like I wanted to take that risk. Um, oh, double Misty Pass and another Wastelands. All right, we're Bants. We're Bants. We're still Bants. Okay. Is this just an Uro then? It's a Monastery Mentor. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Well, it's also not what I expected. Um, well, let's put this Thalia into play. I'm going to focus on wasting the white sources and porting the green ones, because a lot of white spells are going to be cast at instant speed anyway. Yeah, if they have a swords here, it doesn't matter which land I tap, they're going to cast it. They do successfully get their first prowess trigger. Another lands is a little unfortunate, but we can live with that. There's not really a reason to tick it up to 3 here, so I'm going to keep it on 2. Another Vial is definitely not something that we are playing. At least not here, but another Thali into play. Waste the Tundra again. And tap this. Might port plus Wasteland and Vial in Thalia mid-combat. Maybe, but I think if Thalia is not in play, the chances of them getting a prowess trigger is higher, meaning that the Thalia can't block anyway. I see where you're coming from, though. But I think the chances of that working out, I think, are just too low for me. We are just going to be on defense here. There's no good reason to attack. Just going to keep porting. Another Tundra, another Swords? Sure, okay. Taking higher. Yeah, I can see that. I think like I don't feel, obviously there's a lot of ways this can go pretty bad here, but I am leaning on the fact that we have a lot of good top decks here. We haven't drawn them, but we do have them. I'm going to leave this on 3 because most of our good top decks are 3s, like that one. And I'm just going to recruit here for a Skyclave so that we can try to get rid of this Monastery Mentor right away. Play the port in case they're weirdly a Daze deck, although I don't think they will be. Cool. No Forcible either. Actually, that also means we can just cast this other Vial. Alright, glad we casted the other Vial. No... Yeah, no blocks here. Hey, Jarvis. Hey, thanks so much for the raid. That is a lot of people. Hope you had a great stream. Welcome, everybody. I don't know what we're playing against, but they cast a Mentor on turn 3, and we've been... it's been a little scary ever since. I think in this spot, we have to just go for Yorion next turn. Yeah, no attacks. This is a third swords? Jeez. Jeez. If they don't have force, then I'm feeling okay. If they do have force, we're probably very dead. Let's see what we got here. That's not a bad one. Alright, show me Force of Will. Cool. Alright, now I think it's almost hard for us to lose now that that resolved. So I'm just going to, with this recruiter, I'm just going to get a Stoneforge that we can then vial in. Probably getting a Batter Skull just to stabilize. This Yorion looks like a sliver. I can see that. I see that. Yeah, definitely more when minimized. I agree with that. I was kind of noticing it at the same time. Prowess. Vial in the Stoneforge. And yeah, I'm just gonna get Batter Skull. I don't like how mana intensive GT is. That's the main reason I'm not going for it. Yeah, so we can start attacking with Yorion now. Yeah, I can still port once. I won't have Iganjo this turn, and put in Batter Skull, but I don't think I'm gonna need it really. So they finally found a blue spell. Double porting better than Iganjo. I'm not sure if it is. I have to think about that. deal. Now that we're at this point, I'm going to keep Agandra in my hands, but yeah, I think I'm just going to be double porting them. I'll keep them off green for reasons we've mentioned before. Have they cast all fours? No, it's still just the 3. Alright, we win off of the mold of 5. I'm just going to board in the removal again. Will I read what double points are going to... It seems... Yeah, I think I can see all the logic behind that. Yeah, I guess like it's entirely possible that like that extra mana would have been a big punish. It's just hard to know when they've cast so few spells that indicate anything about their deck that it's hard to know what I'm like keeping them off of with that port. But like maybe the right play is just to play it safe. Yeah, I think if they had a force, I think they would have used it the turn before. When I cast the Skyclave. So I think the fact that they didn't have force wasn't totally surprising to me, especially considering that like they didn't have any cantrips in their hands because they would have been casting them. So at that point, there's like, is there a chance that there's even a force without another blue card? I don't know. It's just a thought there, but Lion Sash is not likely to be very good in whatever is happening. Actually, that might not be true. They could be an Uro deck that just happens to also have Mentor. I'm not totally sure. I'm going to cut the Lorns, assuming that they're not very good. And then what else even? Most of the deck is good. Yeah, I'm just gonna cut the Sash. If they have Uro, I can deal with Uro. I'll make them show it to me first before I start worrying about it. Good hands. Good hands. Opponent mulled to 6 and kept. They also have red in their deck, apparently. Okay. Sure. Start with the vial. Mm-hmm. Yes, hello. I am Strimmer. How can I help you? Yes, there are. You are right that there are not any pet cards. Maybe we'll fix that sometime soon. But yeah, I'm playing a very, very boring list. They loam for a flooded strand. Sure. All right, even more removal. Charity Packard's birthday stream. I mean, yeah, we could potentially do that. I don't see why not. What in the fuck? Okay. They dredge loam into force, terminus, and energy flux. Okay. Okay. We're playing against some weird decks to start tonight. Um. Oh. Well, that's annoying. On the bright side, this mom is probably coming into play fine. Yeah, cool. Since they've shown me a Terminus, I'm not going to put the second one into play. But yeah, I would... oh, hell yeah, let's go. I would absolutely do like a charity pet card stream. I've been... I think that's an excellent idea. Are they talking about for like your birthday coming up? Do you want to do it in your name? I would do my birthday, but it's not for a while, so. Yeah, it is a nice full house, isn't it? This must just be like a weird 4-color list, I guess. All right. I will Stoneforge for Cauldra and pray that we draw a land. Alright, the loam for Strand Wastelands. Got it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! Ooh! Nope. Alright, well. A vial isn't that bad either. Oh no, but what if they play Energy Flux? I can't pay for it. Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's definitely do that. We'll figure out the parameters. I would love to do that. I believe it is sacrifice. Yeah, it is sacrifice. So it's a fairy time raveler. Sure. Please dredge the loam and show me more of your dumb deck. Oh, darn. They declined to do so. There we go. Annoying that they can just waste this Field of Ruin, but I think that's worse. Oh, they could have Terminus off Sanctuary. You're right. I should. In that case, I probably should not bother with putting this Cauldron into play, because if they then if they like Sanctuary for Terminus, wipe our board and waste my field, then I'm feeling like pretty awful. So yeah, let's just kill the Teferi at least. Yeah, I do. I definitely do wish I had Lion's Ash here, but yep, there's Sanctuary. Getting Terminus. Yeah. This gives us at least a lot more info, also of what's happening. The Mentor was just kind of like a fluke, I think. Oh, jeez. Jace is not great. So I'm probably going to end up bringing in some surgicals for these terminus. Ugh. Yeah, I think I just have to wait until I draw another plains. Or another wasteland. Another wasteland I think would be fine too. But for now. I think I'm just going to get rid of a swords. Really, that's it's a weird choice. I liked that they +2'd right away. I feel like I'm not a blue player at all. I feel like most Jace players should +2 way more often than they do. And I liked the fact that they started with a +2. I don't know why they're brainstorming now. I feel like they should just keep +2ing. Yeah, I probably shouldn't say that, right? Ugh, gross. Yeah. I hear ya. Well, that at least does something. And they're down to 2 cards. Although if they just like bounce it and then waste whatever land I play, that feels pretty awful too. Yuck. At least you know what we're playing against, so we can board right. Okay, that's fair. We know more about what my opponent is doing. Yeah, you might be right. Let's just do this. There's at least like a tiny bit more game to be played, even though I'm feeling not very good about it. At least every turn that they aren't +2ing, I feel good. If they don't bounce it, yeah, okay, they do bounce it. If it like stayed in play, then I would feel pretty good about it too. But oh no, I take 2. I don't think that I can. I think I have to wait for another plains at this point. Okay, they drew their island, so this Field of Ruin is probably a strip mine. Come on, give me something. Give me something. Plains. No. Yeah, I think I have to Spirit here now with the Sylvan Library here. Not that it's really going to matter, but I think at this point I can at least just like waste some time. They show another wasteland, another tropical island, another ponder. Yeah, that's fine.
Should get Tai Chi bubble tea to sponsor the stream.
That would be a really good idea. Anyway, if you live in Rochester, New York, get Tai Chi bubble tea. I'm not sponsored, but maybe I will be. Yeah, 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 yeah. I hear ya. Planes, I am literally begging you. Oh my god. Yeah, we have drawn 1 lands over our 10 draw steps. Pretty brutal. Obviously, some of those draws were through a Jace fate sealing us, so like, yeah, that's gonna happen. But here's an Uro. There we go. Confirmed Uro is in the deck. I don't know why they would be playing green if they weren't, but you know, it had been a while. Okay. Yeah, literally, why not? I'm real impressed. Yeah, fine. Yeah, you probably do have to change the name. Oh, there's Minskin Boo. Yes, this is worse than just doing it with it only at 1-1 instead of 4-4, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to matter too much here. I'm really just wasting time. They kept on top again, so we're doomed. But I'll let them keep wasting time, I guess. I mean, they kept my card on top with Jace, is what I mean. Jesus Christ. Oh boy. Thanks, deck. Well, I feel better about our game 3 that we. Oh my god, you don't need to do this. It's just not necessary. They've actually kept on top like multiple turns in a row. Um, so deck just was not going to cooperate this time apparently. Just go to combat and kill me. Come on. All right, there we go. Okay. we can board correctly. We want Lion's Sash in the deck. We also want Rest in Peace in the deck. Um, and I'm just going to cut to Thalia's because Thalia is not good against an Uro deck. In fact, I'm also going to probably cut both Thalia's for Surgicals here because of Mystic Sanctuary. I don't think I want to cut any extra cards for the third Surgical. Because there's no other card that's like the next worst card would probably be Mother of Runes because they are a Terminus deck. But I think there's plenty of spots where Mom at least eats removal the better way. And you don't want too many Surgicals. So I think I am mostly happy with this. I could also cut the Jite. Surgical's probably better than Jite, honestly. Yeah, let's go with that. This hand is okay. The idea of like waste surgicaling them is kind of funny, although I'm like almost certainly not going to do that, but I think Sand has enough going for it. Their one basic is here, so Path is now better than Swords. I can't imagine Uro High is better than a Flush. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. Yeah. Stoneforge. Let's go. Now that I know what we're playing against, I'm going to get Sash because we have Batter Skull as a payoff if we untap with it anyway. So. Never mind, it gets forced anyway. So we are not thinking about it at all instead. And what do they pitch? They pitch the Brainstorm. Don't make the rules. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm just going to pass and Plane Cycle Timeless Dragon end of turn. Okay, they do have multiple basics. So I guess maybe now Path is a Stone Rain. I guess we'll see. Or Path is better than Swords. I mean, I was thinking of Field of Ruin when I said that. Yeah, we'll internalize. Well, it didn't get removed yet, but that could mean a prismatic ending here. Okay, they are. Oh, it's a fairy. Okay, that's a lot better. Darn. They are very basic heavy for a 4-color deck, which is probably fine for me, thankfully. Yeah, so I'm just gonna cast this Batter Skull. It sure means that Mystic Sanctuary is a lot less likely to be a problem. Another Force pitching Snapcaster. Sure. Notably, the Surgical is basically useless with the Teferi out. Unless we proactively use it on something dumb, but I don't think we're very likely to do that right now. Wasting the Caracas? Sure. That makes sense. Port is quite good here. Yeah, I think we just buy Yorion and we'll port something. Certainly not white. Leaning towards blue. Yeah, I'll lean towards blue. Darn, punished. Can I get a Skyclave here? Skyclave would be cool. Swords is not cool. That is a bummer. I don't really want to just cast a Solitude into the Teferi right now, because they're going to draw a bunch of cards off the Sylvan Library anyway, and that makes me feel like they're likely to find a removal spell. Especially because they haven't actually had a reason to use one, they've just forced choice, so... yeah, I think we just hang back. This time I'll port blue. We're getting kind of to a similar spot we were at in the first match, where they have 5 minutes to win with the deck that does not win very, very fast, especially not through these kinds of cards. So, especially when they're not drawing lands either. Another land, does that really mean anything? It means we can at least cast Solitude and Port, which I think I'm happy enough with. Maybe not. Maybe I still don't care. Yeah, I don't care. I think I'm in not die mode again with the clock pressure, so. Is this an Uro? Sure. Still no more lands. Let's see what we got here. Another plains. So they don't have another land, so they can't escape Uro right now. But any green source means they can, and we also can't remove it in the same turn. So I think I'm tempted to just surgical Uro here. Yeah, because I think it's just going to make this game take longer, which is good for me. And they force pitching energy flux. Deal. Also, I'm just remembering I'm going to waste and port them also, so that Uro is nowhere close to getting cast. Yes, they did board in Energy Flux. We also saw Stony Silence in Game 2 as well. So they have some feelings about artifacts, I suppose. Man, can I just get anything here? At this rate... do I just cast the Yorion instead? Maybe. Yeah. I don't know if this is good or necessary, but it may at least get some game actions out of my opponent, which feels mostly good for me. especially because I tapped this tropical island, and they are still not able to escape this arrow. Yeah, yeah, and I mean, Aether Vial is obviously really good, but I don't know. You have Prismatic Ending, you have to Fairy. You're being a little bit of a baby about it, if you ask me. Ugh. All right. Can I draw a real card? Can I draw like a Skyclave or something, please? I'm begging you. No. No, I can't. That's really annoying. Yeah, our deck really just did not cooperate either game 2 or 3. We might still get this, but it's been the opposite of last match where we just drew nothing but gas, and this time we're kind of flooding. Yeah, sure. That's fine. Alright, they kept the card on top. What is it? It's a Solitude. Sure. That makes a certain amount of sense to me. At the very least, Teferi being out makes it easy to F6 everything. They are finally getting to escape their Uro. Yeah, they use three forces. Yeah. They +2, and they do bottom. So we're drawing fresh at least. That's not the worst. Was this a minor misstep? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to make them gain some life here, unfortunately, but I'll live with that. And I'll attack the Jace here. Yeah. I'll keep him off red first because of Minsk and Boo, and then I'll just have another green source. Yeah. Unfortunately, that the swords ended up resolving over the path, because them gaining 6 here is kind of a big deal, but it happens. Interesting that they bounced the Solitude after casting Mentor. They could have third force, I guess. They could also potentially have a dress down. Either of those are possible. Down to a minute, though. What is this? A Narset. Okay. So now it has to be force. It has to be force, and they did not Fate Seal us this turn. Okay, they find a Ponder. That's a really good draw. Okay, they do have a force. Force pitching Uro, and they have a Ponder in their hand. So we're just going to F6. We're going to hope that we get to Eiganjo this Mentor. And even if we don't, I don't think they're winning in 30 seconds. Yeah, I got nothing. Cool. Got there. While that game was not looking great for us, if not for the clock is a valid win condition. So, and I mean, I don't know. What am I going to do? My deck was not really cooperating there, so. Hey, Dougal, what's up? The 1-0 was against a blue-white player, and they just scooped the match after game 1 because they only had like 10 minutes left to win 2 games. And they were playing like a Days Undoing version, and they had like no win conditions in their deck. They were not going to win the game and win the games in time. Well, this hand is not good, so we're gonna mulligan. Well, this is a hand that is really good if it has port. It doesn't have port, but it might still be okay. We'll see if my opponent mulligans. If my opponent mulls to 6, then I'll consider going to 5. If they're keeping 7, this might be close enough to good, particularly on the play. My opponent mulls to 6. I think this hand has enough going on for me to be happy with it. I wish that it had. I think if it had port, I wouldn't think twice about it. But as is, it's a little dicier. But I think I'm gonna keep, and I'm gonna bottom the Field of Ruin. It looks embarrassing, but I think these hands are very underrated. Where you just have like a bunch of interactive lands plus a vial. Got him! Let's go! Nice grief. Annoyingly, it's a matchup where I don't necessarily love wasting aggressively, but thankfully we have a vial in play, and my opponent also mulliganed, so. It's also notably not a matchup where vial can really be dealt with at all. They usually have Brazen Bar, where I think it's basically the only card. beautiful. That is in fact what they call a card advantage. Not putting Yorion into my hands because then it's just going to get thought seized or whatever. So. It's a brainstorm, sure. That's fine. Um, maybe I'm not supposed to. I tend to not think too hard about when I'm making shadow castable. Maybe given like the texture of my hand, I probably should be thinking about it more. Um, yeah, yeah, I'm not totally sure. Okay, so this is great because this attack is gonna be basically perfect. Actually, I should have played the port over the wastelands, but actually no, I shouldn't have because they have their own wasteland. So okay, they know what's up. Take the 5. Let's see. What do they do here? Brainstorm, sure. Believe it or not, I think that is literally the first time that someone has not played into Iganjo when I attack into a Murktide like that. Um, I feel like it should not happen nearly as often as it does, but it has happened a lot. Okay, now things are looking scary. But there's a chance we just draw a Solitude here? No, instead we just draw the worst card in our deck. Worst card in this spot, I should say. One kind of cool thing is that we're actually going to have a 1 mana Igandro. So yeah, so let's pass here. Alright, so we're going to put the Yorion into play, because we kind of have to. Actually, I wonder if that was right. What if... No, I think I'm just like... I was just like doing math wrong there, I think. I think the right play actually is if we block the Death Shadow with Athalia and then blink it, we present lethal and we only take 5 damage. I think that's actually what we wanted to do. Because the problem here is now we're kind of forced to just chump block or we die to a snuff out. Yeah, that was definitely a big mistake. So now we kind of have to just. So yeah, we're not blinking anything. Now we kind of decide how we want to block. If we block the Murktide, then we can at least trade, at least get rid of the Murktide. With the Thalia blocking the Death Shadow, we are just chumping. Um, but the nice thing is that if we draw literally any creature, then yeah, okay. So I messed this up. But I think this is the right play because now any creature means that we're safe from lethal next turn, and we can safely attack with the Yorion. Yeah. Yeah, so I should have just blinked this after blocking. Thought I thought I was going to have to block both, but like there's obviously no reason I have to do that. So that was just a goof. Okay, that's a rough one for them to draw also. Because now we can't threaten lethal. Sword of Fire and Ice would be pretty banging, huh? Let's see, what do we draw? Oh my god. A deck is playing tricks on us today. That's also awful because it means now we can't even trade for the Death Shadow. Um, but we also have to block it because we're dead if we don't. No, I said the deck is playing tricks on us today, is what I said. Draw Recruiter of the Guard. Don't have Force of Will. Nope. We're dead. Well, that was a really frustrating one. So bring in Council's Judgment and Path. Take out. What do you just take out? I usually take out Thalia's. I think I want to keep Sash just because it can get big. Also, if they are, we didn't see reanimate, but that's always a possibility that I have to be wary of. I like Lauren in this matchup just specifically because it's a way to deal with Baleful Strix without like using a premium removal spell. But yeah, Thalia I just really don't like in the matchup in general because it doesn't block anything. Okay, yeah, we'll go with that. Also, they usually bring in Plague Engineers, and you just want fewer humans in your deck. But I like Mother of Runes more than Thalia because at least it'll get some. It's like pretty much guaranteed to get some removal spells out of their hand. Yes, we did. We sure did. I would love to play first. This hand looks great. Love it. Oh, actually, what I should have done is I probably should have traded out the last Thalia for Containment Priest. Again, just in case of them playing Grief Reanimate, and also I think this is a matchup because their creatures are so huge. This can often be a matchup where actually uh, the nice thing is that there's basically no downside to trying to vindicate them with Containment Priest plus Flicker Wisp. So take the Spirit. That makes sense. I'm actually a little surprised they didn't take the Solitude, but it depends what's in their hands. Um, Solitude's just so good against them. Um, Timeless Dragon is pretty nice in this matchup. We got Wisp. I'm just going to put... Actually, do I want to put Yorion in my hands? You have to think about it a bit in this matchup because of the discard. Especially because of... what is it? Because of Torok in particular. Sometimes it's just nice to make sure that you're going to have a card at the end of the day. It's not very mana efficient here to do that, but I think it's probably correct. Yes, it is fun when they can't snuff out a dragon token. I like all these planes that I'm drawing, that's for sure. That is one reason I like all these planes I'm drawing. This looks like a Murktide coming down. It'll be a 6/6? Yeah, 6/6. Interesting. That is really good. With them tapped out, I think I want to start with the swords here. See what they do, if anything. Cool. They are forcing. Pitch another Murktide. Cool. Super deal. So now I can play Jite. Do they have another force? They do have another force. Force pitching Baleful Strix. 'Cause, 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 'cause Okay. In that case, I'm just gonna wait until next turn to Solitude the Murktide Regent. Okay, that makes me a little more wary, but um, I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take this. I would love to draw like a wasteland here so I can cast the Solitude through. I was gonna say I would love to cast the Solitude through a daze. Iganjo's fine also. Um, is this a dress down? It is a dress down. Okay. Well, we have a Flicker Wisp at least for next turn. This also means that Timeless Dragon can get in, which is kind of nice too. I'm not super worried about the fact that they can cast the Death Shadow because the Wisp on the Solitude means that a Death Shadow is just going to die anyway. So. Oh, but this is going to be another Murktide Regent? Sure. So this one's going to be a 9/9? Jesus. Alright. Alright, I take 10. Um... So I could attack with Solitude to gain a little bit of life here. The problem is that there's no reason for them not to block with the Murktide, and once they've done that, it forces me to give this pro blue, which then means we lose to Snuff Out, basically. Um, so I think we just have to cast the Wisp. The third Force of Will? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Um, then we're just dead, aren't we? We can gain 3 and go to 7, but then we can only block this Murktide. Let me take exactly 7. Yeah. Jeez. That was a rough triple force. I really needed them to not have the third. Um, I don't know that we could have really done anything differently there. I feel like we probably played that how we're supposed to. I'm not sure. Maybe the one thing that was risky was just attacking with the Timeless Dragon that one turn. We could have at least blocked some damage there. So that might have been what we needed to do. But yeah, we're just dead. Bummer. It's usually a good matchup, but that was like a an astoundingly good selection of cards from them. And then the first game we just like couldn't draw any couldn't draw any action. So yeah, 60 cards by the way. Yeah, man, that brainstorm they cast the turn before must have been just like the actual perfect. All right, we are on the play with a very, very stinky hand. Goodbye. This hand is better. I will keep it. What am I bottoming? I think I'm going to bottom a Wisp here because I don't want to bottom a lands and don't really want to bottom any of the other cards. So I think we just bottom Wisp because it's the least reliable, the least sure it will do anything. My opponent also mulled to 6, thankfully, so we've got a chance. Another flooded strand deck, huh? Okay. Preordain. That's smelling a bit like Sneak and Show, potentially. I'm not going to show the Caracas yet. I'm going to assume it's not Sneak and Show. If it was Sneak, I would definitely attack with the Mom there, but I'll let them give me a little bit more info before I get that aggressive. Okay, extremely not Sneak and Show, so I'm glad I did that. What do you got here? Probably a Cauldron, if I had to imagine. Yep, okay. Can I draw like a Skyclave or something? Or just a bad card to pitch to the Solitude. Either of those I would be fine with. Cool. Skyclave. Sometimes you just gotta call it. My grandfather's deck has no bad cards. Uh-oh. Not another Stone Forge. Where's that Flicker Wisp? Gotta get him. And Batterskull. Sure. And they're stuck on lands? Oh boy. With them stuck on lands, I think I'm happy to just use my pitch Yorion to Solitude here. I want Recruiter so that I have stuff to do after this. I think that's why it's more valuable than the Yorion, but I think that's the right play. The one weakness of going that route is that like Actually, that was probably worse than just recruiting. No, I should have recruited a bad card. That's what I should have done. That was actually really bad. I should just recruit a card I don't expect to want and then pitch that to the Solitude. Because then the Yorion's just going to reuse the recruiter. So that was actually a bad way to do that. Okay, sure. Third Stoneforge. What if they even have a third equipment? They don't. My own Stoneforge, huh? Okay, this is gonna be funny. I think I'm gonna recruit for a Solitude and Stoneforge for a Lion Sash. um, and then pitch the Lion Sash to the Solitude. Or sorry, recruit for a Solitude, Stoneforge for Lion Sash, pitch Sash to Solitude to get the Stoneforge again. Um, I could also, yeah, there is also the possibility of Stoneforge letting me just let them get a Cauldron into play. But I think I don't think I like them getting a Cauldron and a Batterskull into play. That makes me a little bit more wary. But it's possible that we can just not care. Because notably, just casting Recruiter and Stoneforge for one removal spell is worse when we threw away our Yorion already. Um, so let me think here. Um, Actually, I guess what we could do is just recruit for a Wisp instead, and then Stoneforge can get Cauldron. Because we'll just use Wisp to get rid of the Germ, and with them stuck on lands, that's going to be basically the same, right? Yeah, I'll start with the Stoneforge in case they have a Force, because I think the Stoneforge resolving is less critical. Definitely getting my own Cauldron here, and now I'll recruit for a Wisp. I don't think they have Force, because I think they would have already... Daze. They're a Daze deck. Okay, sure. Whatever. I think like actual 0% chance I play around that. Okay, it's Delver Blade. Got it. That explains. I mean, it explains the collection of cards they have. I won't say it explains anything else. And yeah, that doesn't seem that seems way worse than putting Cauldron into play from their perspective. But I am not going to complain. Okay, I'm going to complain. Whatever. At least this attack is still good. I should have known I was gonna get fucking stifled. Whatever. That's fine. This Delver's not even gonna flip. Damn it, it flipped. What do you even... Hello? What's going on here? There we go. So this is basically free to just soak 1 damage. Yeah, this game did get a lot worse. Did not really expect that sequence of things to happen to me. And now we have to draw something good. That is not something good. Well, we're not really blocking anything, so I think we have to kind of look at this as a race that we're losing at this point, and hope that we draw out of it. But this Lauren isn't too bad. Obviously, they have a Batter Skull in hand. They can like put it into play, but we have Caracas to reuse it, so I'm not too worried about that. There's a chance that we'll just like draw a Spirit next turn to get to Violet in. That'll be cool too. But yeah, it is worth noting that actually, do we currently win this race? So they attack us for 5, 6, 7, 8. I can block at least one of it for free. Not for free, but I can block one of it with Mom if I choose to. Which would be 7. So I guess we still have to top deck a removal spell either way. So am I doing this? I think the answer is no, because I still need to top deck something, so there's just not much value in doing so. I think Wisp is still the best thing that we could possibly draw. Field of Ruin. That doesn't really do anything. But we can at least live a turn here, I'm pretty sure. Because we can... They're going to put in Batter Skull. I can block with Lauren, bounce with Caracas, and then I'm taking 3 in the air, which goes down to 2, so I just have to soak up 4 damage, which I can do with the Skyclave and the Stoneforge. How do we win from there? I don't know, but at least we can live. And we'll figure out what to do next turn. I unfortunately can't attack because of the Batter Skull. But that's how it goes. Would I rather have Mom in play or gain 1 life? I'm actually not sure here. I think I want to keep the Mom in play. This probably means they're going to use another swords anyway. Sure, sure, whatever. Never mind. Seems like such a useless thing to use a stifle on anyway. So I need to block 3 damage. Right? Yeah, I do. So the only option is just doing this. Nothing else to do there. At this point, definitely gonna share some draw steps. Actually, probably should have done that before. Yeah, because actually, I should have just done that before. I don't know why I didn't. Um, there we go. We're getting somewhere. Um, this 1,000% has to resolve or we lose. So I think I just have to vial it in. The upside of casting the wisp is that we can potentially bounce Lauren and vial. Um, but I think we just have to take the line that doesn't lose to a force of will when they haven't cast one and they're in 5 cards in their hands. Yeah, I know we have to do that. But I don't think I'm pretty sure with um, especially with this swords also, um, we can live through the turn, even if we don't shatter the skull now. And I think that means I have to play it a bit more safe here. Um, yeah. Literally whatever. um, we're still. Are we actually still alive? Let me think. We can swords this germ, block Delver, block Batterskull. Um, block Delver, block Batterskull. So we are currently and swords the illusion. So yeah, we are still alive right now, thankfully. Is that triple stifle? Yeah, that is triple stifle. Um, yeah, so we just have to pass here. Um, I guess really I should just swords this now before anything else happens. Because if they have a force, then we're just dead. Okay. And then they don't put in the Batterskull. So now we're extra fine. Oops. Okay. We have found all 4 stifles. My god. I'm so mad. Please. So this vial's going to stay on 3 for very obvious reasons. And we draw Lauren, which is that's interesting. So I think we do just vial in Lauren, put Cauldron on it. The one weakness is that we're gonna have to tap the Caracas to do it. So if they have removal, it's not that great. Um, but I don't want to wait to draw another land before making that play. Really. Maybe that's just bad when they're almost certainly putting this Batter Skull into play, though. Yeah, yeah, it is actually bad. I'm just gonna make them put the Batter Skull into play first. I keep forgetting it's not in play because I'm like surprised it isn't. I have no idea how this game is real. I'm so mad about it. Alright, they shuffled off their ponder. They find a wasteland. That is annoying. Yeah, that resolves. So at the very least, we got rid of the Batter Skull there, if nothing else. What are you doing now? No, you're trying to attack. Yeah, okay. Um, yeah, I take the trade. Murktide? Yeah, Murktide. Alright, deck. Please. Just cooperate with me once. Nope. I'm so upset. What was that? Okay. I don't want Rest in Peace against just Murktide. What do I want to cut here? I don't really like Sash. I don't think I really want Lauren. I'll take a copy. I don't think there's any reason to have two. Given what we've seen. Even honestly, even the first might not be good. It might just be that we do that. Because it might literally only be Batterskull that it answers, and most games we're not super concerned about Batterskull. So yeah, they're really no shred of justice. You're right. Yeah, I think that's fine. Um, this hand is a little clunky for this matchup, but it might be fine given how clunky their deck is, honestly. Um, like I think it's fine if we take some hits from a Delver. It's a little less good if we have to immediately use the Solitude on a Stoneforge. Um, but I think the basis of the basis of this hand is good enough to keep. Opponent mulls 2/6. Okay, I was hoping it'd be Ponder over Delver, but I can live with this. Um, I'm gonna port just to make sure that they don't also Stoneforge. This is going to be bad into exactly Wasteland. Um, over. Ooh, nice. Um, like playing port over plains is bad if they follow up with Wastelands, but I don't think it's like catastrophic by any means. So yeah, all right. It's especially not that bad because Delver flipped, but like I was assuming it would flip. So yeah, I'll cast a Spirit. If they daze, that's kind of like porting in a weird way. Nice. That doesn't draw a card. Oh, they're desperate, huh? Um, I am just going to recruit for a Skyclave here. I'll use it against the Delver if it flips. I'll use it against the Stoneforge if it doesn't. And if neither of those happen, then I'm just going to try to GT them. This looks like a Stoneforge to me. Yep. Cool. You know what? You're right. We should just GT the Stoneforge. And they concede to their Delver not flipping, I assume. Alright, cool. Yeah, submit. Well, this hand doesn't work, but my opponent's also mulliganing to 6, so that's fine. This hand's great. My opponent mulligans to 5. I'm going to keep this and bottom of plains. Actually, do I bottom a Caracas? So I don't get wasted? Can basically cast anything that I draw. I'm not super worried in a matchup like this about Thalia getting removed anyway. Yeah, I think I just want to keep plains. Yeah, D&T at 4 a.m. It's the best time. Not 4 a.m. for me, thankfully. I'll be asleep by then, but... Delver it is. Hey, Chileth, how's it going? No reason not to play around days when they're on so few cards. Just hard to get punished. I am not too bad. It's been a weird night so far in terms of like decks we've played against and things that have happened. Deck has been... I've had certainly some good draws. I think I've had some pretty catastrophically bad games so far, but just like I had a match against 4-color control earlier where in my game 2, it got to turn 14. In those 14 turns, I drew exactly one land. Um, I had 3 in my opener, but only one was a plains, and the other 2 got wasted. And the third land that I drew was also a wastable land. So I was on one land on turn 15. Um, so that was fun. And then the next hand was like the exact opposite, where I was just like flooding out. Yeah, it's Delver Blade, and we're playing game 3 here. And then I had a game against Shadow where I kept like one of those like sixes that's like 5 lands, most of which are spell lands plus a vial. Um, and the game went on for a while and was like okay until I just like drew like land, vial. um, and yeah, I just wasn't drawing any action. That just happened a couple times tonight. It's it's how it goes. Just not the most fun sometimes. But yeah, we've played against 3 Tundra decks and Death Shadow so far. And Death Shadow was the one that we lost to. And our game 1 loss in this match was like infuriating. I got stifled 4 times by turn 5. For reference. What are they doing? Oh, dismember? Yeah, sure. Sure. Yeah, I'll just untap. Especially because I think I want to use the Skyclave here while I can anyway. Um, I am going to let the Field of Ruin get wasted, because I would rather it get wasted than let the Skyclave get dazed. Um, yeah, I'm feeling like this game is over, but sometimes I feel that, and it just doesn't happen that way. So hard to feel too upset with this hand, though. So. The permanent answers are Council's Judgments, and we have 2 of them. Did they brainstorm away this batter skull? I'm not sure. I'll just wait. Um. Hmm. Yeah, you are probably right about that, and I should have just disrespected it. Um. Yeah. Well, anyway, We're gonna do this. Play Thalia. We'll keep Batterskull from getting cast here. Unless they draw lands. But if they draw lands, then that's okay. But I think I just really wanted to make sure that I got a plains out of that field before they could waste it. Oh, that's really good too. See ya. Deal. Deal, deal, deal. Now I'm happy to recruit. I think I'm going to get a Stone Forge here. Yeah. Get a Cauldra. I'm pretty sure their hand is just Batterskull, Cauldra. We know for sure Cauldra's in it, less sure about Batterskull. One top, one bottom with the preordain, but they didn't draw lands, interestingly, or a removal spell. So that's interesting. Just in case, I don't want them to like get my recruiter for free. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Don't know why you didn't kill the Stoneforge before I untaps, but okay. I'm not upset. Just confused. Yep. Immediately brainstorm locked. Yep. Yep. You have a force. You have a stifle. You have a daze. Force. Force pitch force. Sure. All right. What do you got, opponent? Nothing. Cool. All right. Let's close it out. Cross our fingers for the 4-1. Yeah, verdict. I swear it would not surprise me. I just feel like fundamentally, like Stoneforge Mystic and Delver of Secrets just like don't fundamentally don't belong in the same deck, and I feel like the only thing that would make it make sense is if they also had Supreme Verdict, just to make it as nonsensical as possible. Interesting. So you think we're going to lose to Slow Doomsday? Okay, I like it. It's Doomsday. Very, very likely to be Doomsday. Thanks, Trilith. Hi, Sam. Yeah. It's got Spirit of the Labyrinth, so we'll keep it. I think this hand is fine in the blind if she's playing something else, but I imagine she is playing Doomsday. Yeah, she is playing Doomsday. Samantha, okay, good to know. I told her. She says hi back with a smiley face. I will play planes and be sad. It feels like it sometimes. I've you got something evil going on over there, Trilith. I don't like it. Is this a dark ritual into a doomsday? Yeah, it is. Well, we do get to cast a Spirit of Labyrinth that will probably get countered. Also, I think it's usually pretty. I would say relatively easy to build piles that just don't need to draw cards. You just like play fetch lands basically. Yeah, we'll see. There's a chance, though not a good one. Um, let's see. Force will, force a will, force a will. Oh, okay. It is Baleful Strix. It is slow Doomsday. So try to hit that nail on the head. Um, force, force, force. There is a force in her hand or in her pile, although that almost certainly means in her hand. Um, yep. Force pitches Murktide. Got it. So one shot we have is shuffling the pile. I should have hit the untapped one there. That was just a literal misclick. Okay, she has an island in the pile, so actually it was very very bad. Um, but we have to get lucky. That's just how it goes sometimes. Okay, Murktide. That makes some sense. Um, so theoretically, yeah. So I think that confirmed that at least playing that planes on turn 2 was a mistake. We should have played the port. Because now, if we had drawn a wastelands, we could waste Underground Sea, tap islands, and then um, leave the Oracle uncastable, unless she has another land in her hand, which looks a little bit unlikely. But yeah. Um, yeah, but there's nothing to do here. We can just concede. All right. Anyway, let's bring in the surgical extractions, and that's it. Um, and I'm gonna cut a bunch of garbage. It doesn't matter. I guess these are probably better than sword splashers, honestly. Actually, no, they're not. I told Samantha that my chat literally summoned Strix Doomsday, or Slow Doomsday, um, and she says, "Good job, chat." So you can take that one, Chilif. Where was I at? Sure, there we go. This has a Thalia, and Stoneforge can get a Cauldra, so I'll keep it. That's yeah. I was literally just like I had like just read that. I was like, wait a second. That math adds up to oh. Oh hey Spirit, what's up? I think I want to start with the Thalia though. Yeah. I guess occasionally I stream 5 times a month, depending on when the Thursdays land. But I don't know if I count that. Okay. Yeah, I figured it was just going to be a push, something like that. No problemo. So now we will Stoneforge for Cauldra. And then I'm probably going to tap the... What am I going to port? Probably doesn't matter too much. I'll port the Swamp. Misty can get either, so... I guess if nothing else, Misty, if she needs to cast a black spell, at least tapping the Swamp means this has to get an Underground Sea, and then we can waste it. Which has the potential to be good and matter. It might not, but this looks like a Murktide. Murktide for yep. I think I'm tempted to just I think I'm just gonna put in Cauldra, because she can't win that race anyway. I don't have to worry about removing the Murktide. We're now basically also at the point where Doomsday isn't really castable. She'll get down to 4. Petty Theft, yep, that is a potential problem. But we do have the Flicker Wisp, which helps. Ouchie, owie. It's not often that Doomsday is dealing damage. Cool. So I'll attack for this amount. Cast Wisp. Blink that Cauldra. Feeling pretty good here. I'm not sure how she gets out of this one. Whew. Yeah, so what could she... Excuse me. Yeah, I don't really see it. I think it has to involve another petty theft, I'm pretty sure. I think something like another petty theft into another Murktide would potentially be scary, but she doesn't have enough spells in her yard for both of those to happen at the same time. She honestly, it might not even really be possible for her to cast a second Murktide with a relevant number of spells with the Thalia in play in the first place. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Well, that just might be it, huh? You gotta love Flicker Wisp. Yep, there we go. Cool. Now, winning a third game is going to be tough, but we'll certainly try. Yeah, I don't think I even want to think about boarding into the fair side of these decks because they're... I mean, we kind of saw in that game, like, they're pretty easy to handle. This hand is okay. It's not great. It might be too slow. The surgical is like barely a card, so it's probably just too slow. Yeah. It is basically the same hand, but at least a little bit better. I think we have to keep it. It's not like we're really mulliganing to anything that good. It's kind of the way you have to look at it. Force pitch force, sure. We do get to field Underground Sea and Surgical at next turn if we want to. I'm leaning towards yes. But we saw plenty of basics out of her, so I think we've seen at least 3, right? So it's not going to be that catastrophic. Actually, the other problem is also that there's just a flooded strand here, so she can get at least one more underground sea. Um, so I think actually we don't want to do that. We sure are playing against Samantha. We sure are. Okay, just passing the turn here feels pretty good. This mom will eat a fatal push if she has one. She does. Cool. Take up to 2 planes. I'm going to play the field here, and I'm going to cast this recruiter. It looks like if she has another force, but she pitched one to the first one. Cool. And I'm just going to get a Spirit of the Labyrinth here. It's just generally the most effective card against Doomsday. This is unfortunately a spot where, like, if she just draws a Murktide, we're kind of in a bad spot, but can't win them all, I guess. This is another push. Yep. Darn. Okay. Should have surgical fatal push. I'm such a fool. Oh, another recruiter, huh? Yeah. I'll just go for another Spirit, I think. It's either Spirit or Stoneforge. But I think I still want Spirit. It was worth removing before. It's probably going to be worth removing almost always. So that gets a force out of her. Force pitching days. Sure. Okay. Works for me. I'm going to take up because I'm going to put Yorion in my hand this turn. I'm also going to field. I guess I should actually. No, I should not field. Never mind. I might do it next turn. Because that way I can basically force her onto only one color of mana, which might end up being relevant. So, but yeah, I think the reason I didn't is it doesn't seem like it matters because it seems like she's just unfortunately running out of gas, or it's clearly not colors of mana; it is amount of mana here, I think. So. All right, we get there against slow Doomsday. Certainly, we have a better shot against slow than we do against fast, but clearly something in her deck was not cooperating there for sure. So sometimes you get lucky. At least we got lucky, like a match this league. Oh, sorry, it's tempo. Sorry. All right, cool. 4-1 in the first league. List feels good so far. Not that there's anything really groundbreaking here. Um, but I'm going to take my usual break before the second league. I will probably be back in about 10 minutes or so. Have fun while I'm gone, chat. Don't get too rowdy. And I'll catch you all in about 10 minutes. Hey, I'm back. I think I took a dog down with me too. Yeah, Ringo's here. Alright, let's hop into the next match. Oh no. Yeah, no bird on bird violence. Let's get out of here. There we go. Fixed it. I was wondering if anybody was gonna threaten to get rowdy right after I said not to. A somewhat awkward hands, but I think it's keepable. Secluded courtyard, huh? Oh, Rickamar was working on a humans list, wasn't he? Yeah. Using that new Lord the Coppercoat. Is it Coppercoat Vanguard? Is that what it's called? Something like that? Well, the Aether Vial War begins. Hmm. Interesting. A one-lander. That's extra interesting, because now... I was thinking I was just going to snap off this Wasteland, but I think now I want to actually Skyclave the Vial first. And then Waste. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, maybe now I might not even want to Skyclave at all. We'll see. I don't know if I said that right. I might not want to Wasteland at all now. I might have said Skyclave instead. But I actually meant Wasteland. Thalia does not concern me at all. Pretty happy to see Recruiter. Yeah, let's get rid of that Vial. Nothing but trouble has come from that. Yep, there's Thalia's Lieutenant. Too bad we don't have a 2-drop to put in on the Vial here, but that's okay. I can live with that. What is this? Another Thalia's Lieutenant. Okay, that's a little scary. At least there is nothing keeping me from doing this. Just soaking up some damage. Yeah, I'll take Vial up to 3. Another Mom. Let me think. So, I think what I just want to do is activate Vial and Recruiter, get Stoneforge, cast Stoneforge, get Cauldra. Use my other white mana to play a second Mom and then Wasteland the Secluded Courtyard. And then I think it's going to be really tough for them to keep up with both Cauldra and Batterskull. They probably can't, to be totally honest. I'll still soak up 4 damage. And if I draw another, yeah, I'm definitely gonna take up to 5 here because I'm probably gonna Yorion next turn. Darn. Okay, I was gonna say if I drew another land, then I could even put in an equipment and Iganjo. Not that it's bad that we can't do that. We're still in perfectly fine shape. So Skulk is like its creature can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. Yeah, okay. So a not super relevant line of text, thankfully. Alright, so we're going to put the Batter Skull in first. Tick up to 5 here. Swords. Okay. I think that is reason enough for me to play the Iganjo. I think. Because then I can cast swords and put Cauldron into play. Yeah, we're good. What is this? At the beginning of your end step, you may pay. Yeah, sure. Okay. A bunch of malarkey that I'm not super concerned about. I'm going to use this swords now, I think, just because I'm not going to be able to use it next turn. Yeah. I guess I can if I draw land specifically, but otherwise I can't. So. Yeah, okay. Yeah, game is quite over from that point. So I think them scooping makes a lot of sense. So I like all this removal. I also like Containment Priest because they are an Aether Vial deck of their own. I think I just cut Thalias because Thalias are really, 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 really bad. We're not going to board in Yorion, Chileth. No can do. I should put in like 100,000 channel point, a channel point redemption. That next sideboarding I have to bring in Yorion. I'll let you save up for it. That way you can earn it, you know? Yeah, this hand's fine. Containment Priest might be bad, depending on whether they have a vial. They don't. That's fine. I don't... Do I want to swords this Hierarch? Um, I think I don't because the rest of my hand doesn't look very good. Yeah. Yorion main would be good, wouldn't it? If you could companion two Yorions, would you? I think you would. Yeah, I think the second Yorion you would figure out how to get up to 100 cards. Past that, I think no. I think 120 is a bit much. I did, in fact, get a trophy with Yorion main. I think the other league we played was also like pretty good. It was like a 4-1 or something. Don't remember for sure, but I'm pretty sure that was the case. Yeah, of course. Of course you remember. You would never forget. Well, getting to Lauren and Esper Sentinel feels really good. See ya. Yeah, I got a feeling that this matchup. I mean, most tribal matchups, like the. Um, they really do have to have like a fast hand because there's just like so much that. We have so much removal that it's really hard for them to keep up in the long run. Esper Sentinel's probably still in their deck because they also have 4 Thalia they need to cut, and they're not exactly worried about the D&T matchup, just in the sense that like it's not. I don't think it's on many people's minds as like a deck to have a lot of sideboard cards for, you know. And it's possible that like they cut Thalia and some Esper Sentinels, and they just happen to draw one of the few that's still in their deck. That's very possible. Palace Jailer, huh? That seems really, really bad for them. That seems like miserably bad. But sometimes you just have to, I guess. Um, Unfortunately, we don't actually get any cards off the Monarch, but that's okay. We will get one off of a Lauren draw. Yeah, Monarch doesn't do anything. That's kind of why it was so bad. Um, yes, I'll do this now, just to make sure. And this commando doesn't matter because we still have the mom. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna play Mom and pass here. The commando does make the combat a little bit awkward on my side. So I think I'm just gonna pass. They can bounce the Lorne if they want to. If they do, I think that's totally fine. Um, yeah, yeah, I'm fine with that. Hey, Sleepy, how's it going? Yeah, we just started the second league. Playing against humans. Nice, 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 nice. Have fun with the move. It's moving sucks, but sometimes it's for good reasons. So tends to be worth it in the end, even if it's a slog. I'm doing pretty well. We 4-1 to the first league. I'm feeling a little sleepy right now, so hopefully this second league goes a little bit faster, but we'll see. Is this another Palace Jailer? It's a Rick. It's a Rick. They get first strike and lifelink. That makes sense. Yeah, I was wondering if I think this attack is good. It's really I really can't do anything about it. I just kind of have to take this big chunk of damage, I think. Um, I guess so. One possibility here is I could block commando with Mom, give Mom pro white. That does give them an opportunity to crack the commando on the spirit and finally draw a card off the monarchy, but then I'm going to untap with 2 Moms and get to judgment the Rick after casting a containment priest to take the monarchy right back. So I think actually that exchange just works out really well for me. Um, so yeah, I'm going to do it. We have not seen any removal so far. Yep, makes sense. So now they are about to draw a card off the monarchy, but I'm going to flash in Containment Priest, untap, Judgment the Rick before the Crocus gets to untap, attack with Containment Priest, take the monarchy, and now we chillin'. Ooh, especially with that Wasteland. Actually, they have 2 Hierarchs in play. The Wasteland is irrelevant. Never mind. Sure. Cloud Thresher beats FAIs. Lol. Okay. That card does stuff. It's a +1/+1 there. It's gonna exile. Yeah, sure. And what does it do? Sacrifice 2 humans. Yeah. Okay. So it's basically just a lord. That's all it is. It's a 3/3 lord. So I think what I want to do here is I want to waste the Caracas. Um, so that the General Kudro can't be protected, and then I'll recruit for Solitude. Another option is I could just recruit for a Wisp right now and like Wisp the Champion Parish and kill it. But I think the champion is relatively easy to handle, just with having two moms in play. So I think I just want to get to a Solitude because the that's actually true. I could also just recruit for Stoneforge. I think I will do that. I'm still gonna waste the Caracas, I think. Um, yeah, actually, yeah. I'm into recruit for Stoneforge. And yeah, GTA it is. Goodbye to Caracas. Ooh, another wasteland. All right, cool. Match is over. Yeah, I think I can definitely see scary draws out of that deck, but it almost feels like the game one kind of was one of those scary draws, and it just wasn't that hard for. Obviously, we had a good draw against them. Sorry, my mouth is just in front of the camera. Sorry. Um, but yeah, I think the fact that you can block them on the ground so effectively does make that um, matchup pretty palatable. Um, yeah, easy keep. This was someone who had done pretty well with like a mono black deck in a challenge at some point, right? I don't know, I have no idea if they're still playing that, but I recognize the name. Yeah. If that's what they're playing, this Lauren is incredible. If not, who knows? We'll see. Is that oops? No. Well, I guess it could still be oops, honestly. And they named Thalia too. That's kind of suspicious. Um, Do I have to just wasteland them here? Or do I cast Stoneforge and hope to wisp the lands? But I think we do just have to wasteland them. Okay, absolutely oops. No question. Them passing the turn again feels pretty good though. Um, Stoneforge for Sash here. They do have to go off next turn, or it's over. At least I think it's over. I guess it's not over if they have Memory's Journey in their list. They have lines, but they also have to have the green mana up for it. So we'll see. And they're passing. All right. I will be extremely happy to steal an oops game one. Sweet. We did it. Alright, time to board in like a million cards. I want all these for sure. I want this. I think it's just basically everything but the judgments, maybe. We'll see if we want those. I'm gonna start by getting rid of the Batterskull and the Jite. I don't really want Lorenz. I don't really want Mother of Runes, Dragon, Ganjo. And then I would only need to cut one more card. Oh yeah, Spirit's not good because they just don't draw cards. Mom is potentially worth keeping in specifically because it's basically only going to protect Lion Sash from Force of Vigor. But that is probably worth it over Spirit of Labyrinth at the very least. I can actually see cutting a field over Ganjo. White sources. Field is mostly going to be too expensive anyway. So yeah, I see that. I think this feels about right to me. Yeah. It's got a ley line. Sneap. Keep and die to force. Oh, their opponent's mulling to 5 too. Yeah, I cut Cavern. Cavern, it has its places. I just had a pretty bad experience with it last time, and I was like, you know what, I just want field because it's kind of like a basic planes with extra steps involved. Opponent's mulling to 4, so this ley line's looking very, very good. No way you're hitting me with therapy. You don't know how bad this hand is other than the ley line. Lauren is a kind of weird one to name there. It could be Chromox, but like we just mathematically have more Skyclaves in the deck, so I feel like that's what I would be naming. Yeah, Torch is not good online, unfortunately. I hope for people's enjoyment that it's good in some paper metas, but obviously it's not going to be for everybody. So, um, I think I'm just going to cast Skyclave as a 2/2 here. All these lands are not the best. Torpor Orb Gaming, indeed. Alright, we're still alive. Okay, I really don't need this many lands. Please chill out. Well, at least I get to waste them now. I have not seen it. Honestly, the number of Yorions out there has seemed weirdly low. Um, I don't know if that's just like my my bias because it's like what I'm looking for. I'm not totally sure, but it has felt like there haven't been that many out there. So yeah, the date I'm looking for has not been opened to the extent of my knowledge so far. I'll still keep an eye out, but you know, it is definitely a bit of a pipe dream. I'll just be really happy if it works out. All right, cool. Easy match win. Get to move on to the next one. That would be a pretty cool one. Yeah, if it never happens, I'm not going to be that broken up about it. I don't want one enough to just get one other than the date that I'm other than the number I'm looking for. Um, so I'll just be happy if I find it, and if not, oh well. I have a perfectly good Yorion in my hands right now, so. Yeah, and it is ultimately going to come down to how much it would actually cost to get it out of someone's hands. Um, yeah, Yorions haven't been like too bad. I think it helps that no modern players want them anymore. But obviously it's still kind of a lot. So. Into another match. My opponent is duo queuing in Pioneer, huh? Sneep. Let's go. Yeah, Verdant Pass is an interesting one. Or there's a Delta. Verdant and Delta Pass is even weirder. But I guess I'm gonna get a Cauldron and we'll see what happens. Excuse me. Are they gonna edict me here, maybe? No. Just fetching. Am I getting? Please stop stifling me, please. I've been stifled enough today. Oh my god. Stop. One of the matches in the previous league was against Blue White Delver Blade, and in the first game I got stifled all four stifles in the first 5 turns. Jace the Mind Sculptor, what's going on here? Don't put Stifle and Jace in the same deck. What's wrong with you? What's your problem? A bug main range pile with 4 stifles and main deck pernicious deeds. Sounds kind of awful. But I guess we'll see. Do you have a Force of Will? No, cool. Hello, Uro. Alright, they don't hit a lands, cool. Wonder if they have any basics. I'm not going to bother finding out right now because Cauldra is kind of unbeatable for this color combination, so I'm just going to keep trying to flicker it. I swear to God. Don't you dare. That's not even the right part of it to stifle. It's not even the right part of it to stifle, guys. I'm gonna break. I'm gonna break. What is this? Oh, arrow, yeah. That, of course. Well, that's annoying. Sure. Nice. Yeah, people do not know that that's how that's how that works. What do I do here? Um, I think I'm kind of tempted to just buy Yorion, because if we get to cast it next turn, the game is like extremely over. Yeah. Need to draw land, obviously, but I think the reward is high enough. And it's not like we need to get anything with this recruiter right now anyway, so. Oops, sorry for tapping the camera right there. Okay. That was one. I think that was one thing I was a little worried about with putting Yorion in my hands. Is they play black, they probably have Thoughtseize. They hadn't shown it to me yet though, so. There's also only so many cards they can have in this mid-range deck that apparently has 4 stifles in it, so. I mean, apparently not. I mean, apparently, what do I know? I'm just a big dummy. Another Uro? Yeah, that's fine. Um, so if I do waste their trop, then yes, they wouldn't be able to stifle it on the way back down. I think if I'm playing around stifle, then I would have already wasted the trop anyway. Um, so I think they should know that I'm not thinking about stifle. I think here I'm going to recruit for a wisp. Um, I know I don't. People mention that they have Pernicious Deed in their deck. I don't want to think about that too hard, given that they haven't actually shown it to me. Even though I'm sure it is literally true. Um, but I think just in general, Wisp on Cauldra is the best thing that I can be doing. Um, and I will just keep doing it, basically. Trial, if you gotta stop this. Sure. I guess. I really, truly guess. Yeah, sure. I, okay. Okay. Sure. Force makes sense. Um, what are they pitching? Force and negation. Okay, they're down to 3 cards. Um, really is a game of all time. Yeah, I'm gonna Stoneforge here for Lion Sash. It's now dawning on me that this is in their main deck. um, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. He he sure does strike again. Uh, sorry, I'm quiet. I'm just like so blown away by what's going on here. Um, excuse me. God, they've played so many unique cards. Is it? That can't be real. The only card we've seen multiples of them from them, other than lands, has been Stifle, and we've seen 3 of them. I'm so mad. Um, on the bright side, this is gonna be good. Um, the weakness of these colors to Kaldra and the fact that it seems like they haven't really shown us a way to win the game other than Uro and the Jace. I guess the Jace is certainly a little bit concerning, but we have plenty of ways to deal with Uro. Not sure what else would be in there. Yeah, I guess we'll see. That is the one nice thing about the fact that they keep having it, is that we get to see more of their deck and know what to expect. So. I don't. No, please don't squelch me. Please don't. I will only accept Void Slime. Void Slime is fine. Mystic Sanctuary for Thoughtseize. Interesting. So they're going to Uro into a Thoughtseize, take my Sash, maybe? Something like that. Not sure if I believe in that, but... Sanctuary for Stifle. God, that would be truly nightmarish. Yeah, then taking this, like, I wanted the Sash just because it was a good, like, standalone threat if my board gets wiped. But it's not the biggest problem if they Thoughtseize it, because I still have this Caracas in play. So it was really only a problem if they also put a Wasteland into play off that Uro. But they didn't, so we're fine. So I would like to draw lands because I really just want to equip this Cauldron onto something, but it also means I would get to bounce Uro and also play Timeless Dragon. I'm just going to do this now. I'm also going to... At this point, I'm going to Cycle Dragon, yeah. Loam for Wastelands, okay. That explains them at least, like, why they wanted to Thoughtseize the Sash so bad, because I would really like to have Sash against that Loam. Excuse me. Goodness. Alright, so now Uro will get Wasteland for the Crocus. But thankfully we have the Solitude now. Mm-hmm. Oh, they also... Okay, cool. They, I didn't notice that they dredged the Loam also. They dredged into Snuff Out, Force of Negation, Trop. Sure, okay. So they have Trop and Wasteland in their hand right now. Got it. Plains is good. I'm going to start by Eternalizing Dragon here. Plan is to use Solitude the Uro next turn if they go for it. I assume, yeah, I figured they were going to dredge so that they could cast the Uro this turn. We see another Force of Will and a Spell Pierce. They really are a singleton deck, aren't they? Obviously, they can waste our waste. We'll hit one of their green sources, I guess. I guess actually we probably should have wasted last turn because them having an extra green mana here is relevant for getting to both Uro and Loam in the same turn. I don't know how much that matters, but like we shouldn't have given them the opportunity to do that. So. Because I think they were going to waste our waste probably no matter what. But I guess maybe we make them do it. I think we should probably assume they're going to do it, though. Yeah. The reason to not do it is that it means that if we draw a land, there's a chance we can get to equip Cauldron. But I think we should just assume that they're going to waste us, because it's probably right. Delta and waste. They don't return the tropical islands. Yeah, they don't need the trop in the yard, unless maybe they want to keep a specific card in their yard for another Mystic Sanctuary. Maybe, I'm not sure. Also worth noting, we're down to 12 minutes for them, and they're nowhere close to winning this game still. So this might be another one where clock comes into play. They dredge again. They kept Snuff Out in their yard, notably, and then they did in fact mill into one of those aforementioned pernicious deeds. So how many literal force of wills? We've seen two force of wills. What is this? A Murktide Regent? What? What? Hello? They really do just have every card in their deck, huh? Another Uro, although their yard is totally empty at this point. Um, um, Vintage Clues like Halloween candy. Yeah, I honestly don't even like Vintage Cube very much. I like drafting sometimes, and I don't really like playing the games very much at all. Just not my cup of tea. Ugh, that's kind of a brutal Thoughtseize. Goodbye, recruiter. Visgage, thanks so much for the 5-month sub. Button. I like Button. What do we do here? This Wisp is great. The only question is whether we're flickering the Solitude to kill the Murktide, or if we're just flickering the Cauldra. I'm leaning toward Murktide too for kind of that same reason, that it's like the only way we lose. Let me think a little bit. We do have 2 flying blockers. We just have to be wary of the fact that, like, there's... Like, we know that they have sweepers, and there's a chance they're going to find another one. They don't have 2 marks. Honestly, that literally might be pushing me into the Cauldra line. Yeah, I'm gonna do Cauldra. I think one thing that's also worth noting with this Cauldra line is that we don't have an answer for this Uro coming back. And Cauldra is sort of an answer for the Uro coming back because it can't attack. Um, it's not a perfect answer, but it is an answer. So, yeah, Murktide is going to just be big, huge mungus for forever. But I was wondering if they were going to start doing this. Yep. We've been holding the mom because we have seen both Pernicious Deed and Crime and Punishment. They got Trop, Waste, Mystic Sanctuary. They play Trop. That's fine. Oh, they're casting Uro here? It's fine with me. Murktide as a 9/9 is obviously like a lot, but oh, we finally have another 2 of. There's at least 2 Thoughtseizes. And 3 Uros. Whoa. I think this is going to be a 1-0 win. There's a chance it'll be an 0-1 win, but I'm feeling optimistic right now. Well, that doesn't really do anything, but whoops. Yeah, I'm just going to pass. It is apparently it's just my spacebar, so I do it accidentally a lot. I didn't map it. That's just how it came. So. I'll let the wisp die, I guess, if something bad happens. All right, that's totally fine. Now I'll play the other mom. I think that's the 3rd snuff out we've seen. The other 2 got milled to loam, funnily enough, but okay, snuff out. Back on top. All right, Fatal Push. That's the first Fatal Push we've seen. So Snuff Out's going to be live, unfortunately. That is making me want to just double block this Murktide with Dragon and Wisp and then finish it off with Iganjo. Yeah, I'm going to do that. say it. All right, good. No Stifle 4. All right. What do we got now? Something good. That's something. Um, Swords on the Uro means that we can finally attack with Cauldra again. Do we even want to do that, or do we just want to chill? Because it's not like they can attack anyway. They have a Snuff Out in their hand now, but like again, that's never going to deal with the Cauldra. Yeah, I think I'm going to chill. There's nothing actually threatening me, and they have 6 minutes left to win 2 games, so I'm just going to chill. Sure. I am extremely happy to play a Plains. Yeah, right. We did it. I'm not gonna bother spending mana on it though. now that we're like finally stable at the point where nothing really matters, we can finally equip Cauldra. But I'm just gonna wait for them to do something that like makes me really even want to. Sure, you can kill my Stoneforges. They're irrelevant. No, stop, please. Don't do it. What do we got? Got another Plains. I'm just gonna chill. I really wonder if they're even gonna like lose before they deck. They're down to 12 cards. I think I'm gonna stay at 3 for a while. Perfect. Trilith, stop. Stop saying these things. Yeah. I am now going to use this Skyclave on Uro. I hope we're getting the last Stifle out of their deck. Nothing to fetch with their Misty, at least. They have no forests or islands left. Cool. Uro's gone. I'll still stay on 3. The only difference now is that we're going to be attacking with Cauldra finally. There's a chance it instigates them to do something. I don't really care if it does or not, though. Nine cards in deck, huh? We found a new unique card. They have Minor Misstep. This really is something. Okay, the 4th Uro. They do have a 4 of in their deck. Nyx is a very cool card. Jace, huh? Yep, that's totally fine. If there was ever a matchup for Emrakul, hey, we're on turn 21 and I only have 8 mana in play. Let's chill out. Another minor misstep. Whoa. This vial's been in play like 5 turns. Let's calm down here. I know for a fact that they still have a snuff out in their hands that I have to be wary of. Take a vial to put in the batter skull. If only. It really should. Yeah, vials should be able to put in specifically equipment. I think that would be cool. I'm gonna cast the batter skull here over equipping Cauldra specifically because I know they have a snuff out. I'm gonna have to play into the snuff out at some point, but I would rather. Okay, cool. Now I don't have to. Honestly, props to them for maybe actually winning this game on time. It only took 23 minutes and a lot of very good draws from them. I mean, realistically, it's like them drawing their entire deck, obviously. So, all right, they've hardcast Force of Will. Notably, only seen 3 forces. There might be a 4th there. We don't know for sure. Yeah, they did draw their whole deck. So, all right, it is going to be an 0-1 victory as it turns out. Bring in this removal and get rid of the Thalias. It's that easy. I think they didn't attack with the team because they didn't want the Uro trigger, but that's cowardly. Okay, fine. I'll bring in the Yorion. It's not going to matter. Just for you, Trilith. After this, you're going to have to start earning it. I'm going to make it a channel points incentive. How many? Out of curiosity, how many channel points are you at right now, Trilith? Just so I have an idea of like how much effort it would be. Okay, got it. I think that makes sense. That sounds like the rate of like this is gonna sound. I hope it doesn't sound like snarky. I think that's like a right about the non-sub. Yeah, I don't stream that often. You are usually watching, also not a sub. I think that adds up. That adds up to me. Mulligan that. Keep this. I'll put a. Did they actually show? No, they did show us basics. So I'll put the Field of Ruin on the bottom. No, I'll put a plant on the bottom. I don't know why they are bothering to play this game for 1 minute and 53 seconds, but you have a problem. you gotta stop, dude. Let's recruit. Yeah, cool. I'm just gonna recruit for a Stone Forge. Use 100k to make Anu play DNT. That's so good. Tireless tracker. Finding more unique cards. They boarded this in. There's no shot that that was just in like the bottom 2 cards of their deck. Sure, you got it. Snuffed out. That's true. They're gonna find even more, aren't they? Okay. I think that was probably not the right way to do that then. I probably should have vialed in the Flicker Wisp and then let the Skyclave get countered, but we still have the Judgment for the tracker, so it's not going to be too bad. But I should have at least just have the Wisp in play. Interesting. Reanimate. Yet another unique card. Oh boy. Don't you dare. Don't do this. I don't know if that's gonna matter. Notably, Chylith, if we lose because I boarded in Yorion as a joke, I'm gonna have to time you out for a minute. Chileth, you're getting timed out for a minute. I need to think about this for a second. That's the stance you want to take, huh? That's the stance you're taking? Never mind. The 100K incentive never happening. Nope, not happening. Nope. Nuh-uh. All right. Okay. That happens. That did happen. We're all here in this we're all here in this place together at the same time seeing that happen. Yes, in his defense, I did misplay with a Flicker Wisp. It shouldn't have been in the graveyard because I should have just vialed it in. Notably, he would have that means my opponent would have instead got a Skyclave and made it even worse. I mean, I could hold Skyclave, but like, there's like not really a good reason for me to hold it, right? Like, I haven't seen Reanimate out of this stupid deck, whatever it is, right? I'm not going to play around that. It's not the worst thing if Skyclave gets countered because I have the backup Council's Judgment. The problem is that they had double Force and Reanimate, so. Anyway, that happens. We're going to move on, and we're going to keep this hand. Island Brainstorm, huh? Well, that's either really good or terrifying. Yeah, the Rip was a very demoralizing card to draw there too. That's for sure. You sleepy, you motherfucker. I can't take this anymore. Ugh. I'm just surprised my opponent like had the capacity to play fast after how slow they played the rest of the match. That's what really like surprised me the most. No, it's not. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. I really didn't want to play against another Tundra deck at this hour, but I guess here we are. Cool. So we get to use Lauren on the staff of the storyteller before they start playing more staffs. Um, Interesting. He's digging for a force, maybe. Yeah, so this is only going to be the second time I've played against one. The first time that we played against it would have been, it was 2 weeks ago. We lost 0-2 and it felt pretty bad, but notably, it was like pretty typical good against us blue white hands that have like 3 removal spells and also had staff, but notably they had like 3 staves in play by like turn 6 both games. And it feels like staff only really matters when you get into multiples, which is why I wanted to lure in this right away. Main deck Council's Judgment. That's interesting. Okay, yeah, sure. I'm fine with these being the 2 things you use those removal spells on. Cool. And now I can also use Mom to bait out removal for the Stoneforge. With that much mana, I'm not going to bother porting. I'm just going to buy Yorion now. Okay, I'll take the 1. Another staff. Again, I'm not I'm not super concerned with it. It's not in multiples. Although I think I am going to Skyclave this one before they even get the chance to draw a card. Yeah, cool. Now I'm probably not that concerned about like any more stabs from this point, which is kind of nice. Another Snapcaster on Plow, maybe. Just trying to get aggressive. Yep. Okay. In that case, I'm just gonna swords one of these now, so I don't start getting too overwhelmed. Down to 1 card, like I'm not super concerned about any follow-ups here. I think I just want to make sure I don't die to random stuff on the board. So I'll take 2 here. What do we draw? We draw Thalia. Thalia's pretty good here. Yeah, I will play Thalia and Stoneforge. I'm not going to port because I want to keep Caracas up. I'm kind of tempted to get Jita here. It's a bit mana intensive, and it's sort of like a much lesser payoff than Cauldra, but I think there's merit to it here. especially with Thalia in play as like a very durable. With Thalia plus Caracas means like I have. Never mind. Never mind. Just kidding. Um, in that case, I'll just tap one of your lands. Whoa. Calm down. Hold up. On the bright side, they're at no cards in hand, so Jite is going to work in some sense. I'm going to attack Nahiri. I got to remind myself what it does. I know that. So the +2 is, yeah, make a 1/1. You can put in equip. So they must have. There must be a Stoneforge deck. They just haven't drawn it. Yep, perfectly happy for that block. Yeah, no reason to play Thalia, so I'm just gonna pass. I'll tap the Caracas, because that'll just give me more options in the future. I'm gonna keep these counters in case they top deck an equipment, because that'll change things a lot. They don't shuffle swords. Annoying. Okay. I'll kill the Snapcaster. And I'm gonna keep the 1 counter here. Because I'm gonna wisp the illusion token, and then the 1 GT counter can kill any of these other tokens in response to something scary if they need to. Second wisp is also nice. Just gotta double check what is right, okay, so it's the -10 is you get an equipment that is indestructible and it gives a creature +5/+5 and double strike, and you equip for free. Got it. Normal amount of words on a card. How many removal spells do they use? 1 judgment, 2 swords, 1 prismatic ending. Yeah, okay. And two snapcasters. So, God, Cauldron gave double strike. Blah. Just kill people in 2 turns. All right, cool. They just top deck a land. Love to see that. Alright, gonna keep trying to attack Nahiri to keep that ultimate from happening. Oh, cool. They don't block, which makes that even easier. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna get another Wisp into play. Sure, that's fine. So I guess that's pretty big synergy, right? They can use Nahiri to make Uh, what am I trying to say? Use Nahiri as a consistent token maker for staff. Tap both of their white sources just to be totally safe here. Cool. So now we can untap. What do we got? A Ganjo? Sure. So we can kill both of the flying tokens. Attack both wisps at Nahiri. They can't block. Pump once with the Jite to kill Nahiri exactly. And yeah, I'm not going to do anything else. I'm just going to port their white sources. Or no, they can use port their blue sources because they can use the white mana in response to just draw off of staff. Ban all planeswalkers, indeed. Thank you for being so brave. They ponder, don't shuffle. Curious how many more basics they have in their deck. I've been holding off on the Field of Ruins mostly because I would like to wait until they strip mines. There's also obviously only one target in play right now. 5 islands and 3 plains. I could see them having like 1 more island, maybe 1 more plains. More than that seems unlikely. Sure, I'll take 1. It doesn't bother me. Since I have the spare mana at this point, I'm gonna field this Caracas. If they get another basic, yeah, I think being able to put this Thalia into play is gonna be more valuable at this point. I know that kind of goes against what I was just saying, but yeah, I'm also a little bit confused by that. I'm just not reading into it too much because thankfully we're just in a pretty good spot. So yeah, I don't know what they're doing. All right, cool. So I think I'm just bringing in Council's Judgment, not going to bring in Path from the things that I've seen so far. I am interested in cutting. Excuse me. What do I want to cut? There's like very little in our deck that's bad here. Sash is like probably the worst. It would be the only way that we If we cut it, we will have no way to deal with like snapcasters and things like that. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's worth the slot. It's just that is currently the only coverage that we have. Um, I don't want to cut Lawrence for reasons we talked about before. Like they're good against staff without having to use a card like Skyclave that can deal with planeswalkers that are like the actual important thing. Um, they might be a Terminus deck, which makes me think I should cut some number of Mother of Runes, but we don't know for sure. I could also just cut some swords, because they aren't very creature heavy. In fact, we only saw Snapcasters and tokens. Um, so I think I'm happy to cut some swords, bring in Judgment for if they have like a Jace or something. Yeah, let's do that. I don't really want to cut Thalia or Vile. I think Vile is great. And I think Thalia is perfectly fine. So I would like to keep both of those in my deck. This hand is good. What is this planes from? Oh, it's from Dominaria United. Okay. Interesting island art. Um, Two Lauren's been pretty good. I think I was talking about this a bit at the very beginning of the stream. I think like this Lauren here, I think can be a lot of different things. Second Lauren, second Sash, main deck Containment Priest, Trailblazer's Torch if the meta is better for it. Um, I think it can be any of those things, and I think which you choose is just going to depend on what you're most interested in being good against. We've been playing a pretty good amount of 8 cast lately, which is why I was leaning towards the second Lauren. Um, that hasn't been the case tonight, at least, but there's also been plenty of matchups like this where having Lauren is good too. So, oh, yeah, let's play a Vile. Love to see that after getting Mom Prismatic endings. Yep, Force Pitch Brainstorm. Love it. I guess I should have cast that off of Port so I could follow up with Mom there. I think I was worrying a little bit too much about back to basics, but maybe I shouldn't be thinking about that too hard when they haven't actually shown me back to basics. And went through quite a few cards last game, so yeah, I'm gonna Lauren again. Get that staff out of here before they get another staff. Yeah, I think even just the first Lauren against 8 cast is huge. The second is just like it's just kind of gravy mostly. But I think this card changed that matchup. Like for just being a one of, it changed the matchup quite a bit. But yeah, I think like any of those 4 cards in place of the second Lauren, I think are all very reasonable choices. Um, yeah, you know what? I think this sort of checkmates them a little bit. Um, Putting Lauren plus Spirit combo into play with Mom to force them to use the removal right now, I think is really good. gonna see what they do with the Jace first, actually. Uh, okay. Good thing I didn't think about it too bad. Oh, they said it's a misclick. Oh, jeez. Um, yeah, this is too tempting at this point. Just gotta capitalize on it and kill Jace. Okay, they do have Stoneforge. I figured with Nahiri that they would, but I'm just surprised we hadn't seen it until now. So, all right, Stoneforge for Cauldron. They're 5 lands, so they're not too far off from hard casting it, but. Yeah, I think I'm more surprised that we didn't see a Stoneforge in their first game than that they have Stoneforge in their deck. I think it makes a lot of sense with everything we've seen. Okay. Yeah, see, this is where, not removing staffs starts to get a little bit out of hand. But I think, thankfully, right now we're ahead enough that it's not going to matter too much. Yep. I will take 1 damage. Yep. It is also worth noting that they are going to be slowed down on activating staves because of Spirit, which is good too. What am I doing here? I think I'm just gonna play Thalia here, port them, and then I'm gonna Violin Stoneforge at the end. No good attacks here, so I'm just gonna pass. I don't understand. The attacks continue to be kind of confusing, but oh well, it doesn't matter that much. Game's gonna be over. Oops, I forgot to draw an extra card. Oh well. Yep, it's fine. I'm gonna take up to 3 here. Got nice and rewarded, although again, Not sure it'll matter. Okay, they don't. That's what? What? Okay, yeah. First strike. This isn't even like a first strike problem. That's just like you only, even if first strike was not there, you only had to block with one. I'm very confused. Um. Anyway, at this rate, I'm just gonna tap both of their blue lands, and I'm not worried about tapping Caracas on this board state. All right, cool. Now we can go into the last one. Let's try to wrap it up. See if we can get what probably should have been a trophy. I think something changes if we don't board in Yorion there, Trilith. I don't know. I'm pretty sure something there's a particular thing on Yorion I think would have been pretty good if it was in my sideboard instead of in my deck. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. I There's a turn that I literally didn't use any mana, and I could have put it into my hand and cast it the next turn to block the turn that I did die. So yes, it I did have the mana to get and cast it. Fucking Omega lol me about that. You gotta be kidding me. Anyway, um, sounds pretty good. Hope we draw a third land, certainly. Misty Rainforest, Tropical Islands, Noble Hierarch. Um, Infect, potentially? I think that's my first assumption, so I'm gonna definitely play the Thalia first. They did fight for their win. You're right about that. Brainstorm into Thalia feels good. Ancient Tomb. Well, that's different. What does that mean? Um, what deck plays Ancient Tomb and Noble Hierarch? It must be a natural order deck. There's like no chance that it's not. Um, I think I'm just gonna start by skyclaving the Noble Hierarch. It takes them off mana and a creature for natural order. I think that makes the most sense to me. Oh boy, they're gonna pay 3 life. Let's go. Force pitching Ice Fang Coatl. Yep, that's fine. I guess I probably should have solitude it, huh? I was thinking that I wanted to keep the solitude back for if they once the natural order happens. I think a natural order in tends to be inevitable against decks like this, and I want to have an answer for the Atraxa. And I don't currently have one other than the Solitude. That's why I didn't just snap it off. If they're forcing the Hierarch there, maybe I'm supposed to, but like they wouldn't be in much different of a spot the way that this turn went down. So I don't know. Yeah, the hindsight is cheating certainly. I definitely see the logic. Um, I just in my experience, the natural orders are going to happen. Um, but yeah, maybe you're right though. You definitely could be. What do I want to do here? Um, Field of Ruin on the Ancient Tomb sort of takes them off of mana. Um, and I could do like Field of Ruin on Ancient Tomb plus play Spirit potentially. I could also just try to Skyclave the Hierarch again, although I'm a little bit less excited about doing that after the Dryad Arbor got played. Um, did they? They did not shuffle off the Ponder, notably. Notably, they not only did they not shuffle, they also didn't keep a land because they would have played it. Um, which makes going for a mana denial a bit more enticing. Incredibly aggressive line is Field Tomb, Cast Spirit, Solitude, the Dryad. Yeah, I'm thinking about that. That might be too aggressive for my tastes, but I'm not sure that means it's wrong, honestly. Yeah, untap Skyclave Noble next turn, leave them with 1 mana. Well, I'm assuming that the Ancient Tomb is going to get a basic, right? Yeah, it's not that far off. Yeah, we're going to go for it. they get an island. And notably, this mom doesn't look like it's going to do a whole lot anyway. Um, so, yeah. Let's just draw like a wasteland next turn and just like put him in the dirt. That would be cool. Is this another Green Sun Zenith? Green Sun Zenith for another noble. Yep, sure is. Wasteland or Port would be great. Vile is very whatever, but it's not the worst. It means they're back in the same spot and even closer to dead. Yeah, I think um, following this, you're right that like every play they've made has been trying to get enough mana, and that probably shows that there's oh, they're just dead. Cool. um, that's a very clear weakness on their part. Okay, they aren't dead. Good to know. Yeah, they're just basically dead. Cool. We get there. Alright, assuming it's natural order, I want Containment Priest, I want Grafdigger's Cage. I want those for the Green Sun Zeniths anyway. And I want some more removal. Cards I'm less interested in. I don't think this is going to be a matchup where Lauren's particularly good or Batterskull. I like GTA to keep control of the small creatures. Sash probably doesn't do much either. And Athalia has like spots where it's good, spots where it's bad, but I think I'm gonna lean towards keeping it in. They might have Uro. That's a fair point. I'm not sure. And Dragon might be weaker than Sash. I actually totally believe that. Still got to cut one card here, but I see the logic there. Yeah. Good night, Viscash. I think I'm gonna trim a mom. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying Vile is never right to cut. I've just really felt like there's almost always worse cards than it. So I'm like training myself to like never think about cutting it, mostly because I think it helps identify the ones that are worse. Like Mom. Mom doesn't seem to do much here. This hand is okay. It has a lot of wastelands, which could be good. The only thing I'm worried about is not having the second white source. But I think there's a lot to like about it. Straight up Birds of Paradise, huh? All right. Yeah, and I honestly like completely get that. I just think like there are certainly matchups where like it doesn't matter if what am I trying to say? It's too late for me to put this thought together. I think there's plenty of matchups where you don't care so much about Vile being in play as you do that it is a, it is a must answer card. That, but there are definitely matchups where like it is technically a must answer, but like the game might end so fast enough that doesn't really matter. So yeah, it's definitely something I think about, but I am doing my best to identify the cards that are probably actually worse more often. This smells a bit like an Ice Fang Coatl. So I think I'm actually just going to recruit for Containment Priest. There it is. Right, always at the top. Excuse me. Okay, that will not be drawing a card. It's the second time that's happened tonight. That feels very good to draw also. Gonna play Wasteland here. Port the Trop probably. And then I'll just flash in Containment Priest. Either in response to a natural order or at the end of the turn. It's hard cast Force maybe? Yeah, okay. No sweat. We can finally do some attacking. And I think I'm gonna now start pretty aggressively denying mana at this point. I don't want to go so far as to Solitude that, because they clearly don't have Natural Order in their hands, or it would have already been cast. But next turn is probably going to be double waste, port them off of green for forever. Yeah, that is what it's going to be. Okay, good thing I didn't attack into that. I wouldn't really have expected Endurance. In that case, I'm going to Skyclave the Endurance, and then I'll just port the Trop. And then next turn, I will waste the Trop and port the Forest. All right, cool. We did it. That is another 4-1 for the night. That probably should have been a trophy, but it's okay. I'm mad, but it's okay, if that makes sense. Um, so yeah, if this, like I mentioned a couple times tonight, I think this one Lauren can be a couple different cards, but I think this base configuration of the deck continues to just work really well. Like these flex land, these two flex lands can kind of be whatever you want as long as it's an informed decision as well. But I don't know, I'm feeling good about this list. Um, I can't really imagine much that I would change about it. Super happy to get 2 4-1s. Um, and super happy to get to bed very shortly. Thank you, everyone, as always, for sticking around for so much tapping of basic planes for white mana. Um, I'm going to see if there's anybody worth rating real quick. Let's go to Magic the Gathering. Nah, I think we're just going to call it. All right. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by. As always, VOD will be up on YouTube. If you want to catch the entire stream, if you only caught the very end of it or whatever, then, I'm always live at about 8 p.m. Eastern on Thursdays. Stream that time block every day. Always playing some flavor of Death and Taxes, my favorite deck in the whole wide world. Thank you so much for stopping by, and I will catch you all next week. Have a good night.